or near Jonesville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. And again, this was just issued for portions of York County. It was one of the tornado warnings that has actually been extended out from Union. So this tornado warning has now been extended and includes our area, especially Hickory Grove and portions of western York County. So I want to go ahead and start analyzing some of this radar data for you. Of course, the velocity tracker is going to be showing that a rotating storm again is pushing up to the northeast, all alongside this main line of storms that we have been expecting and that we're watching across the area. So if you do live within this polygon, you need to be in that safe spot immediately. You're going to want to be in the lowest, most interior portion of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, as again an area of rotation was located just in southern York County, starting to again push up to the northeast, seeing a broad area of rotation with this. But I want to mention that as that warm front started to push through, our winds have just been gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour, sustained around 15 to 20. So even if this tornado is currently not touching the ground, is likely producing non-tornadic damage in terms of straight line winds. So that is why it is important to get in your safe spot immediately, as we're seeing some rotations with the reds and the greens from the radar indicating that the radar is picking up winds going towards and away. So this is what we're tracking. I'm going to go ahead and put a tracker on this. If this keeps the same speed and intensity and is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So I'm going to put a broad area and a broad tracker on this again as it pushes off to the northeast. So again, make your way to that safe spot as of now, especially if you live in Kelton. It will be there at 8:43, Sarrett 9:02, Wilkinsville 9:23, 9:26 Hoodtown, 9:38 is Hickory Grove, and 9:57 if it keeps that same intensity. Kings Creek 10:11 is going to be York, and we will continue to see if this will be extended up closer to the Charlotte metro area as well. But again, this is what we are tracking today, and we will go a little bit closer to home as we are starting to see a few areas of severe thunderstorm warnings impact the entire area. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings currently for our most western counties. That includes Hickory, Lincolnton, Gastonia, Shelby, and this is that main line of thunderstorms that is producing those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So I'm going to go ahead and put a tracker on that as well. If you are planning out your Sunday, this is going to be very impactful. This line of storms will continue to move through Kingstown, 8:50, Shelby 8:56, Waco 9:07, Kings Mountain 9:14, Lincolnton 9:27, and Gastonia 9:30. Again, the most important thing right now is these tornado warnings that we've been seeing. Again, this was extended from Union to York County, seeing a broad area of rotation within this system. So if you live especially near Sarrett, you need to be in that safe spot currently as it pushes up to the northeast. Going to go a little bit closer to ground level here and see some of the highways. This is Highway 105, Highway 211. Again, if you're traveling in and around these areas or you know someone that is, make sure to let them know to get into their safe spot. Not only do we have that tornado warning, but winds are strong out there. Torrential downpours likely accompany this system. I have not gotten an update from the National Weather Service, so we will continue to treat this as an active tornado warning across the area. And again, I will continue to show you where that is. That is in the purple polygon. If you are within this purple polygon, you need to be in your safe spot as of now. Everywhere else in the orange, those are severe thunderstorm warnings as that main line starts to come through. And that is going to be pushing towards Chester County, likely within the next 20 minutes. So even though we have severe thunderstorm warnings out for most of the area, treat it like a tornado warning, as these winds are going to be strong. And again, like I mentioned, soils are damp. We can see down trees and down power lines just within this area. want to go closer, a little bit closer to street level here for this active tornado warning and let you know any updates from the National Weather Service. Again, that area of rotation was located 6 miles northwest of Union, and it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. And this encompasses western York County, and that is in our upstate South Carolina counties. And this is pushing fast up to the northeast. So if you are, again, know anybody there, you need to be in your safe spot. Seeing a little bit of hail with the system, and of course, some really strong winds with this. Now I'm actually going to go to Google Maps so I can actually show you what we are watching and a few of the areas that you need to be concerned about. So this area is we've got the Sprague gas station, and it's closer to about Hoodtown as well. Again, pushing up to the northeast. This is going to be just the beginning of a very active morning as we continue to track severe weather as it continues to push off to the east ahead of a powerful cold front. We're not only going to be watching for the potential for some spin-up tornadoes, but also severe wind damage and localized flooding as this rainfall is packing a punch across the area, and it's just the beginning. This is the only active tornado warning right now for our area, but just a little bit south towards Columbia, there is also another tornado warning with this system as well. And towards Greenville, Spartanburg early on this morning, there was also rotating storms as well. So this is just going to be what we're going to be dealing with this morning. So make sure to have multiple ways to get watches and warnings in the area. And we will be streaming on WCNC all morning long. Again, for this active tornado warning that encompasses western York County. And this expires at 9:15 this morning, and it's also been added to a severe thunderstorm warning as well, likely for winds at 60 miles per hour, kind of what I've been mentioning early on. So looks like they just added another tornado warning to the area. That is the purple polygon, and it includes all of western York County, also now extends to Blacksburg, Smyrna, and Clover. So this tornado warning has just been extended up north, and this rotating storm will continue to push to the east. I will go ahead and read you what the National Weather Service is saying. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. I want to show you exactly what we're seeing on this velocity map. And again, this will likely continue until 9:30 this morning. So really where you see some of the reds and greens meeting up, that is an indication of a rotating thunderstorm. I want to actually see if there are any evidence of debris flying up in the air with our debris tracker. And I'm not seeing anything stick out at the current moment. So we will keep an eye on that, but we are going to be treating this like it is a tornado currently on the ground, moving northeast of Sarrett and pushing through portions of southwest, York County. And again, that tornado warning has been extended and encompasses all of western York County. So you want to be in your safe spot, again, if you are in that purple polygon, but really even if you're in our most western counties, as we're starting to see that line of strong storms start to push through, and winds are gusting upwards of 60 miles per hour within this system. So if you're a little bit ahead of this system and you have a chance to tie down any loose outdoor furniture, bring those pets indoors, make sure to do so, as soils are damp. It could be a lot easier with these strong winds to see down trees and down power lines just within this area. So do keep that in mind. Severe thunderstorm warnings are getting closer to the Charlotte metro area, and those go until 9:30. We've got another active tornado warning just to the south of us, and that does not include the viewing area, but that is for Richland, and that goes until 9:15. So it's going to be a very active next couple of hours. Again, really starting to see some strong rotation starting to move in closer to York County. If you are anywhere near Hoodtown, and I'm going to stop this loop currently and go closer to street level. This is a Bonnie Horton Road, Hoodtown Road, and it looks like a couple of the local highways and interstates in and around that area. So again, want to reiterate, safe place is going to be in the lowest, most interior part of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as you can. Make sure to grab your shoes, grab that helmet, and head to your safe spot, or if you know anybody within this area. I want to check to see if we have any new information from the National Weather Service. The last update that we got was, it looked like from airport observations, likely from the Charlotte Douglas. We are getting winds from 45 to 55 miles per hour within this system. So we're going to be watching for any reports of trees or power lines down as the system continues to roll to the east. But our main concern is going to be, of course, this rotating storm within this main line. And that tornado warning, again, for York County continues all the way until about 9:15. Seeing some rotation, especially closer to Sarrett. And this is pushing up northeast fast. No evidence right now, or actually seeing a little bit of maybe some debris being lofted up in the air. But that is as winds start to gust ahead of this system as well. So do keep that in mind. This is basically what we're watching. Big picture. Big line of storms continues to push through the metro area. So if you are just joining us this morning, we have an active tornado warning just outside of the Charlotte metro area in York County. That continues until about 9:15, but a severe thunderstorm warning also encompasses the area. That continues until 9:30 for portions of York County. Not only was there an area of rotation that the National Weather Service is concerned about, but there's also really strong wind gusts, which is why even if the tornado is currently not on the ground, you're going to want to get into your safe spot. And that goes for just about everyone, as we'll likely see some damage within this system as this continues to push to the east. Looks like we do have a new active severe thunderstorm warning, and that includes some of our most southeastern counties. That also includes Lancaster, Tradesville, and that is for the threat of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Radar indicated expect damage to trees and power lines. Another check on that tornado warning. Again, seeing some really, really heavy rainfall associated with them. No evidence of any sort of hook echo, but the area of rotation is likely moving over towards Hoodtown. And if I look at that velocity, this is likely where we're seeing that rotation. Closer to the Hookery Grove and Abingdon area. We've got Smith Ford Road, Martin Road, Dagnall Road, in and around these places. If you know anybody within this area, make sure to tell them to get in their safe spot, as this tornado warning was extended from Union to the western portion of York County. And it's Sunday morning. Of course, it's the weekend after Christmas. A lot of people may not be paying attention to the news or the weather or what's going on. Make sure to let them know that this is continuing to push up to the northeast. I want to go ahead and put a second tracker on this system of where we are seeing that rotation. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now as it continues to push up to the northeast. So if it keeps that same speed and intensity pushing northeast at around 55 miles per hour. Hickory Grove, 8:52. Smyrna, 9 o'clock. Kings Creek, 9:01. Clover, 9:16. And Crowder's, 9:25. No indication right now from the National Weather Service if this will get extended up into the Charlotte metro area. But if you are in the Charlotte metro area, you need to be prepared for this to continue to push through closer into the metro area. And if this does get extended, it would likely impact portions of Gaston and Mecklenburg County. And again, that tornado warning runs until 9:15. Still have no confirmation if this has made it to the ground. But we will continue to keep you updated on this, of course. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings all across the area. And we will continue to keep you updated, especially at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. That is where we will be continuing this news. And we will see you right then at 9 o'clock.
WCNC Charlotte starts with breaking news.
And that breaking news we're keeping an eye on this morning is the weather. Thank you for joining us here for WCNC Charlotte at 9. I'm Tradisha Woodard alongside meteorologist Becca Birdsall. And Becca, we've got a flood of tornado watches and warnings already this morning.
That's right. That main line of storms is making its way through, and that has sparked up an active tornado warning for portions of western York County. This actually was extended from Union all the way up to the northeast for an area of rotation that was located near Smyrna and Kings Mountain State Park. With that, some heavy rainfall as well as some really strong winds within this system. That tornado warning, again, for western York County, that includes Smyrna, Sharon, and Clover, goes until 9:15. But likely a severe thunderstorm warning also encompasses this area and might take it over. Expires at 9:30, and that is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which is pretty much what most of the area is going to be under that threat for. So taking you a little bit closer to street view again, this is Smyrna. This is where that area of rotation is being located. So on some of the street levels, this is Highway 5. If you're in and around any of these areas, you need to be taking cover now in your safe spot. That is the lowest, most interior part of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as you can. Take your shoes and take your helmet. May sound silly, but you may need them just in case, as these winds, even if this tornado is not making it to the ground, the non-tornadic winds are strong within these systems, and the ground is so damp from the rainfall that we've been getting over the past couple of days. So down trees and down power lines, that's going to be the main concern, and we will continue to monitor Duke Energy for any outages. I just went and looked about 5 minutes ago, and it didn't look like there was really any evidence of that just yet. But of course, certainly something that we're watching, and this is pushing up to the northeast, so something that we'll be carefully watching if that warning does get extended. But again, we also have some severe thunderstorm warnings as well. This is that main line, and it's actually wider than it was on that forecasted radar. Chester currently get hammered. McConnell's, this is all pushing to the east, so heads up for Rock Hill, Lansford. You're getting some rainfall now, but certainly the main event will be arriving, and those winds will likely be gusting 60 miles per hour again under that severe thunderstorm warning. That actually now, as of now, includes Mecklenburg County as well, likely for those strong wind gusts as well. That goes until 10:15. That includes Gaston, Mecklenburg, and Union County. That line of storms is now starting to push through portions of Shelby, will likely push closer into Gaston County within the next 20-30 minutes, packing a punch to places like Morganton, and we'll start to move closer to Hickory on Highway I-40 as well. That expires at 9:45. And this is the big picture. We've got just a mess of storms across the area. A few tornado warnings in and around this area. The second one just south of the area, closer to Columbia, but the entire area pretty much from central South Carolina all the way up into North Carolina dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings. And just a reminder, we are under a tornado watch until 1 p.m. and this includes all of the metro areas. So we'll continue to see not only that, but winds gusting upwards of 30 miles per hour likely within this system. So I want to go ahead and switch over. I'm going to show you what that latest street view includes for that tornado warning that is currently in place for western York County. It's pushing to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. And again, if this does get extended, it will be impacting places like Kings Mountain and Gaston County. So the area in purple, that is the area that we are watching for some rotation. The National Weather Service, again, issuing this tornado warning. I'm going to go ahead and zoom out and put a tracker on this. Again, if this system does get extended. This is a rough estimate. If it keeps the same speed and intensity, Clover, you're looking at 9, 10 o'clock. Bowling Green, 9:13. Crowders, 9:16. South Gastonia, that is 9:18. Gastonia, 9:21. And East Gastonia, 9:23. So those are the threats that we are worried about. Not only are we sensing some rotation in and around this area, but the winds are very strong within this system. And I want to go ahead and see if there's, okay, I'm not seeing any debris being lofted on our debris detection, so that is good news. However, I would treat this as if it were a tornado on the ground, just because, like I mentioned, the winds are so strong with this system and the soils are damp, can make it so much easier to have down trees and down power lines in and around this area. So again, this is the big picture. We've got storms all across the metro area, one active tornado warning, and that includes upstate South Carolina. That is western York County, also includes Clover and Smyrna, where we had that area of rotation. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning, a new one issued for Mecklenburg County, but we've got one pretty much for the entire area for those 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as the heavy rainfall that's accompanying them. And this is not just one line of storms. We've got some rainfall behind this system, which is why there's also a threat for some localized flooding, especially as we continue out the morning and early afternoon. So just zooming in, of course, on the main threat that we're watching, that tornado warning is in this purple polygon, goes until 9:15. That's about 10 minutes from now, includes portions of Smyrna on Highway 5, also includes Clover as well. And if it does get extended, it would impact portions of Gaston County as well. Area of rotation, again, Highway 5, and make sure again to stay in your safe spot if you are in this area, as we're dealing with a lot across most of upstate South Carolina. That main line of storms is now starting to approach Rock Hill, and it's moving pretty quickly. Most of this activity is pushing east around 50 to 60 miles per hour, so this is a pretty quick moving system, and it's really on this leading edge that we have the greatest potential for severe weather in terms of straight line winds and also for some rotation. And we've seen some rotation with these storms pretty much all morning long, from Greenville, Spartanburg down into Columbia. So this will continue to be an issue for us as it interacts with the warm air across most of the area. Severe thunderstorm warnings again continue for portions of Lansford, Lancaster, Jackson, all the way down into Monroe, Union County, and then up closer to the north for some of our foothill counties, seeing that active severe thunderstorm warning, and that line of heavy storms starting to push through Morganton all the way down to Shelby will likely impact portions from Hickory, Lincoln, Gastonia within the next 20 to 30 minutes, and eventually get over to the I-77 corridor, likely closer to around 10 o'clock. And this is what we've been dealing with all morning long. And the main event has arrived, pushing all the way from Charlotte all the way down to the panhandle of Florida. Severe thunderstorm warnings pretty much everywhere that you see in these orange boxes for wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour, with that active tornado watch that does continue for pretty much almost the entire area, including the metro, until 1 p.m. So again, make sure if you haven't already, have that plan where you're going to go in case of severe weather. Current wind gusts just without the severe storms gusting around 30 miles per hour across the area. So we'll likely see this uptick as we continue to see this line of storms start to move off, which is why down trees, down power lines is going to be a concern, and we will continue to check in with Duke Energy to see if there are any updates within that, if there are any power outages likely due from these storms. So that's something that we'll be watching for. Want to zoom in a little bit closer and check to see if there is any new information with these severe storms that are starting to roll through. Again, it's really that one tornado warning that we have got our eyes on, and there is no evidence now if they will extend or if they will allow this to expire. They have not extended this tornado warning as of now, which leads me to believe that this will likely be allowed to expire at 9:15 this morning. Again, like I mentioned, even if there is not a tornado on the ground, this is causing some damage likely with those very strong wind gusts. So you want to treat this as a tornado warning. A reminder, safe spot is going to be the lowest, most interior part of your home, a bathroom, a closet. Make sure to grab shoes and a helmet and your phone, and make sure to stream us for the latest information on that. As that active tornado warning continues to push up to the northeast, still no word from the National Weather Service on if this is going to be allowed to expire, but that area of rotation, and it's broad, is pushing up to the northeast, closer to around Bethany and Clover, and places like St. Paul Church Road, Faulkner Road, Lawrence Road, Greenleaf Road. If you're in and around these areas, again, you need to be treating this like an active tornado currently on the ground. I want to go ahead and put another cone on this system as this pushes up to the northeast in preparation if this does get extended into Gaston County. Bowling Green, new time now is 9:15. Crowder's 9:18. South Gastonia 9:20. Gastonia 9:23. And Cramerton 9:26. Again, we are dealing with one tornado warning in the area, but severe thunderstorm warnings everywhere else. And this is packing a punch across the area as that main line starts to come through in portions like Rock Hill, now starting to move closer into Richburg. It's really along this leading edge too, where those winds are going to be the strongest, and we have that threat to see some straight line winds. Okay, now pushing through the I-77 corridor in upstate South Carolina from Rock Hill all the way down into Chester County, and this is having some heavy rainfall, torrential downpours accompany with these strong winds as well, which is why, again, we're going to be watching for any power outages across the area. I'm going to go ahead and put a tracker on this system as it continues to push to the east in portions like Lancaster, Jackson, Tradesville. This line of storms will push through Lancaster at 9:18. We'll likely see it move through Mineral Springs at 9:30 and Tradesville 9:41. So this is moving fast. Again, just having that one active tornado warning across the area, but severe thunderstorm warnings everywhere else. And it looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got extended from Taylorsville, Statesville, all the way down into Mooresville. And that is likely for the threat of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. Yes, so that's what they're expecting. They have been extending these severe thunderstorm warnings and giving lots of heads up in advance. So if you are in places like Statesville, Mooresville, and you might be seeing some light rain now, but if you have time to tie down any loose outdoor furniture, make sure to bring pets indoors and just prepare for the upcoming weather and have that safe spot on play as we've got tornado warnings across the area. Just one in our viewing area, but down to the south, close to Columbia. Okay, it looks like that tornado warning was allowed to expire. Just one tornado warning now, and that is in western York County, and that includes portions of Clover and Bethany, likely as this continues to push up to the northeast. I don't see this being extended into Gaston County, or else they likely would have done that. But we will continue to keep watching and continue to give you updates from the National Weather Service as they continue to update. And as this system continues to push up to the northeast. So likely that area of rotation, and it's broad, is closer to Barrett Road, Old North Main Street, Highway 321, pushing up to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. If it does continue to move across the northeast into Crowder's, we'll be keeping an eye on that in places like Highway 321, Robinson Road, Wilson Road, Greenhaven, and of course the big ones are Gastonia, Lowell, Belmont, but this has not been extended up to the northeast into our North Carolina counties just yet. And no confirmation if that is continuing. But for now, we've got lots of severe thunderstorm warnings across the area, keeping us very busy. We're starting to see some heavy rainfall push through the metro area. Mecklenburg County is under a severe thunderstorm warning, and this goes until 10:15. And this is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and especially eastern Charlotte. Places like Matthews, Mint Hill, Hickory Grove, really feeling some of that heavy rainfall. And this is ahead of the main event. It's really these line of storms that are pushing through in places like Hickory, West Lincolnton, Kings Mountain, Cherryville. And this is moving quickly off to the east. Gonna put another tracker on this system as it pushes over to places like Gastonia. Will likely push through over to South Gastonia, likely 925, 926, and we'll continue to see this work its way to the east. And we now have no active tornado warnings across the area. The one in western York County was allowed to expire. So that means in terms of tornado warnings, we are in the clear, but we have severe thunderstorm warnings all across this area as that main line of storms starts to come through. So again, in places like Shelby, Kings Mountain, this is moving fast to the east, and Rock Hill, as well as down into Chester County, also pushing to the east as well. So you're going to want to treat this seriously as those winds are strong, and we've got dampened soils could create some hazardous travel on the roadways as well. But I will allow this to expire, and I will hand over the reins to you.
Thank you, Becca. Definitely want to make sure folks are staying weather aware this morning. And of course, a lot of that spilling over to the Charlotte Douglas Airport this morning. A very messy situation right now. There's already been 18 cancellations and more than 497 delays. That's almost as many delays as we saw all of Saturday. Now, a reminder this morning, if you're headed to the airport, arrive early, and they say, please pack some patience. Now, power outages also skyrocketing this morning. Right now, Duke Energy showing thousands of outages across the state. The Charlotte area looking at more than 200 outages this morning, while parts of western North Carolina are over 1,000. Of course, we're going to continue to keep an eye on the maps throughout the day and ensure to keep you updated. Now, across the nation this morning, it's a similar story as severe weather canceled and delayed thousands of flights. Now, this morning, we've learned one person was killed near Houston after a tornado touched down there. That's just one of at least 8 possible twisters reported from Texas to Louisiana. Now, that extreme weather is part of a larger system that has been building for days. This morning, experts say another 22 million people are at risk for more severe weather to finish out the holiday weekend. And of course, don't forget you can stay up to date on the latest conditions in your neighborhood by simply downloading the WCNC Charlotte mobile app. There you'll find an hour-by-hour interactive radar and everything you need to know to stay up to date. Just take a look at your screen and get the app. It only takes a few seconds to download, and it's free. Now, we're also following breaking news this morning out of West Charlotte. Overnight, we learned one person was killed after being shot by a CMPD officer. Police say the shooting happened just after midnight outside Coyote Joe's. That's on Wilkeson Boulevard and Allegheny Street, rather. One person was pronounced dead at the scene. Their identity has not at this time been released. Now, in the last 2 hours, CMPD has confirmed no one else was hurt, but that officer did feel in danger at the time of the shooting. A gun was also confiscated at the scene. Anyone with any additional information is asked to call Crime Stoppers. Also breaking overnight, fire crews responding to a large fire that broke out in East Charlotte. Officials say that fire began around 3:30 a.m. at a Family Dollar on the plaza. Now, this is video from the Charlotte Fire Department as 30 firefighters worked to control the blaze. They were able to get the fire out in about 40 minutes. We can also tell you that no one was hurt, and the fire, of course, is still under investigation this morning. We're also following a health alert from the CDC as flu season begins picking up steam. According to the CDC, flu cases rose 12% in just 1 week, hospitalizing more than 12,000 people. That's up from 9,000 hospitalizations the week prior. The uptick in illnesses comes as vaccination rates across the U.S. continue to fall. The CDC says just 33% of kids and 36% of adults have gotten their seasonal flu shots. Experts say the best thing you can do if you're not feeling well is stay home. All right, and now we're going to go ahead and toss it back over to Becca Birdsall for a look at weather. Becca, what's happening?
Yeah, we just got another tornado warning issue. This one extended from that one cell that we were tracking in western York County. That is now being impacted into Gaston and Mecklenburg counties. New tornado warning now goes until 10 o'clock and encompasses a big portion of the metro. So if you are within this purple polygon, you need to be in that safe spot immediately. That is going to be the lowest, most interior portion of your home, likely a closet, a bathroom. Bring shoes, a helmet, helmet with you and make sure to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Now, seeing this area of rotation, especially towards lower Gaston County, and this is pushing up to the northeast pretty fast, around 50-55 miles per hour, and we'll likely continue to see this race up to the northeast and impacting areas like I-85 over towards Mount Holly, Gastonia, of course, included in this, Belmont and western Mecklenburg County. And that area of rotation, especially closer to Gastonia and the Belmont area. This is a pretty broad area of rotation, but mainly seeing that interact with the reds and greens. That does indicate that the radar is picking up winds towards and away from the radar, indicating that rotation in the first place. So no confirmation if this has made it to the ground, but a severe thunderstorm warning has been in place for this area pretty much all morning long throughout the last hour and a half, and we'll likely continue to see those winds stay strong, 60 miles per hour. And again, with those soils being so damp and with these strong wind gusts, could definitely see some down power lines and some down trees. So that is why, even if there's not a tornado on the ground, you need to be in that safe spot as we deal with severe thunderstorm warnings across the area. It's not just this tornado warning that we're concerned about. It's really all across the area as we're seeing that main line start to push through Hickory, Lincoln. Highway 321 is about to be a mess as this continues to work its way over to the east. So I went ahead and put a tracker on this system. If this keeps that same speed and of course intensity, Mount Holly closer to around 935, Newton 930, Sherrills Ford 944, and Mooresville 955, Poplarton about 10 o'clock. And then down to the south over in upstate South Carolina, packing a punch towards Lansford. That's that other line of storms that will continue to push through Pineville closer to around 923, Indian Trail 937, and Monroe close to 944, Wingate 951, and Marshville 956. Of course, zooming out, this is big picture. Got severe thunderstorm warnings across the area, and of course the big one is going to be that active tornado warning that continues. I'm going to go ahead and go back on my graphics and show you that latest information that we are getting from the National Weather Service. Again, active tornado warning continues for Gaston, Lincoln, and western Mecklenburg counties. This goes until 10 o'clock, and it was from that same tornado warning that we were tracking closer to Clover, Smyrna. That rotation has continued, and the National Weather Service, because of that, has issued another tornado warning. So I want to go ahead and read you exactly what the National Weather Service is saying. A severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado 5 miles southwest of Gastonia or near South Gastonia, and it's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So that's going to be in and around this area, and it has pushed up to the northeast from South Gastonia. It's now likely closer to Gastonia or Gardner Park. Also areas like East Gastonia, Lowell, of course, Interstate I-85. That is going to be a big concern as this continues to push up to the northeast. I'm going to go ahead and put a tracker on this again as it pushes up to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So if you're closer to areas like Stanley and Mountain Island, this will continue to impact your area. And it looks like we got that latest refresh of this scan as it continues to push to the northeast. All right, it's McAdenville, 924. This will start moving towards Mount Holly at 928, Mountain Island, 930, Cohen's Ford, 937, Huntersville, you're looking at 941, Cornelius, 944, Davidson, 946, and Dooley, 950. So again, this is a pretty broad area of rotation. I will go ahead and put on the debris tracker and see if anything, if there is any evidence of debris being lofted in the air as this continues to make its way to the northeast. Potentially seeing some sort of reflectivity towards Old Hickory Grove Road. No confirmation on that. But again, these winds have been strong with this system. pretty much the entire area encompassed in that severe thunderstorm warning, which is going to be the areas in orange and yellow. And that is not only for torrential downpours, but that's mainly for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as this continues to race towards the east. And it's really these skinny lines of storms that continue to push through places like Hickory down to the south, and that will continue to impact Highway 321. That's places like Maiden, Lincolnton, High Shoals, of course closer to Dallas and Gastonia. I actually want to show you this Dallas camera. It's 1,400 feet up in the air. Okay, we cannot see anything. A couple of the other cameras were shaking in and around this area, indicating that the winds were really strong. And just looking at current wind gusts, it looks like Rock Hill has seen a wind gust of 52 miles per hour recorded. Charlotte at 35, Gastonia at 33. Again, this is continually updating, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that. But winds are very strong with this system. And again, going to be watching for those two main lines of storms to start to cross through the metro area. So in addition to that rotating tornado warning, that includes Gastonia, Mount Holly, Huntersville, and Lowesville. We're also seeing some heavy rainfall starting to push through Mecklenburg County, and we do have a live look from our uptown camera. If we want to go ahead and take that as the storms start to roll through. The camera is shaking. Winds are strong out there. I would make your way indoors if you are in and around Mecklenburg, Gaston, of course, Lake counties, not only for the tornado warning, but the winds are so strong out there. We do have that concern for down trees and down power lines just because of how wet it's been from Friday to Saturday. Just from yesterday, we picked up around 1/3 of an inch just here in Charlotte. A few areas did see more, and this will only be continue to be a concern as we approach the later morning hours. Of course, we will continue to keep up with Duke Energy, let you know if there are any power outages in and around this area to warn you of, but I would caution if you are venturing out on the roadways, there will likely be some sort of debris out on the roadways, whether it's tree branches or down power lines. It definitely would exercise some caution and drive safe out there. As again, the main event is of course going to be this active tornado warning that we have for Gaston, Lincoln, and western Mecklenburg County. And again, that area of rotation is now pushing up closer to areas like Mount Holly and just east of Dallas. So this has likely pushed away from that I-85 corridor and seeing some rotation closer to Spencer Mountain, Hickory Grove Road, Lane Road, Stanley. These are all the areas that I would be concerned about to see some rotation within that storm. As again, this continues to race up to the northeast, will likely be impacting areas like Lowesville, Mountain Island, Alexis, Lucia, Allison Ferry. I'm going to go ahead and put an updated tracker on that as this continues to push to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So Lucia 933, Lowesville 935, Hicks Crossroads 940, Westport 942, and Webbs 944. We do have, looks like, an active severe thunderstorm warning now that also includes our mountain counties. This is new. And this continues into Wilkesboro as well. Want to actually turn back to our uptown camera as visibility has lowered incredibly just when the last couple of minutes. This storm is hitting now, and western Mecklenburg County is under that active tornado warning. This includes Gaston and Lincoln County as well for an area of rotation that is likely going to continue to move up to the northeast like I just showed. You're going to want to get into your safe spot as of now. That is going to be indoors, lowest part of the home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world, and grab your shoes and grab your helmet, and of course grab your phone as we continue to track these storms again all morning long. I want to see if we have any new updates from the National Weather Service. Looks like we have some heavy rain in Bessemer City and some strong winds, but no update as of now. But I will give an update and toss it back to you.
Thanks so much, Becca. We definitely want to make sure you guys are weather aware and safe. It's a messy situation out there. A lot of that spilling over to the Charlotte Douglas Airport this morning. Right now, there have been already 18 cancellations and more than 497 delays. Now, that's almost as many delays as we saw for all of Saturday. A reminder this morning, if you are headed to the airport, be sure that you arrive early, and they say be sure to pack your patience. Now, power outages are also skyrocketing this morning. Right now, Duke Energy showing thousands of outages across the state. Take a look. This is a look at the Duke Energy map right now. Close to 1,000 folks losing power in just the last few minutes in Hickory Grove, as well as thousands of power outages across the state. Of course, we're going to continue to keep an eye on the maps throughout the day and be sure to keep you updated. We'll be right back.
Download the WCNC Charlotte News app. Sponsored by Shane Smith Law.
Nothing beats a Gorilla Garage floor, the ultimate floor coating system. Our secret ingredient, a 100% solid vapor barrier that stops moisture beneath the concrete surface. Visit GorillaGarageNC.com and get the protection you need.
Go, go, Gorilla!
Nothing feels as good as driving a new Hyundai. And now you can get a great deal on your favorite model at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Plus, every Hyundai is backed by America's best warranty. Hurry to the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event before this offer ends. Make your next getaway your best one yet. Get 1.99% APR for 72 months on a Hyundai Santa Fe or lease for only $289 a month. Only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Do you like this one? I think this is my favorite. Okay. Hon, what do you think of this one?
When it's time for an update or complete remodel, Rebath is with you every step of the way.
Wow, is this going to be ready in time for the baby?
Absolutely.
From design and products to removal and installation, we handle the entire process to create a beautiful and functional bathroom for whatever your life needs. Rebath, with you every step of the way.
Take advantage of our fall special, 0% interest or $1,250 off a bathroom remodel.
A performance that truly matters. For each and every one of us. This is what you've been waiting for. See it at least once in your lifetime. Shen Yun, coming to Belk Theater, April 15th and 16th. shenyun.com/Charlotte.
You are a very important person. You show up, put in the work, and bring your best to each and every day. It isn't always glamorous or easy, but it's worth it because you're building a life for yourself and those you love. That means a lot, and so do you. When you open an account at Park National Bank, you get more than you might expect. Your own personal banker and the VIP treatment you deserve.
If you haven't seen Rug & Home lately, you haven't seen Rug & Home. Really. It's time to make shopping fun. Shop a little, save a ton. You? Do you? Room by room. This week only. Discounts up to 80% in every store and more. One store has it all. Rug & Home.
Well, breaking news we've been watching all morning, the weather.
County as well, and this is moving fast, and no confirmed reports of a tornado, but of course this is packing a punch and likely a ground stop towards the Charlotte Douglas Airport as this heavy line of storms continues to race off to the east. Of course, the up-down camera is shaking. Visibility is down to 0, so if you're venturing out, I would caution you not to do so and wait for this line of storms start to move through, especially again with that tornado warning being active. That includes Gaston, Lincoln, and Mecklenburg County all the way through about 10 o'clock, and this was extended down from York all the way to Union. So this has been gradually working its way up to the northeast. The National Weather Service doing a great job on keeping people updated, but without the tornado warning, there is severe thunderstorm warnings across the entire area, and that is for those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So even if you are not within this purple polygon that we have that active tornado warning, you're going to want to keep in mind you'll want to be in that safe spot anyways, just because soils have been so dampened by the rain from Friday into Saturday, and down trees and down power lines will certainly be a concern within the next couple of hours. So this is where that active tornado warning is. Huntersville, Lowesville, Mount Holly starting to push out of Gastonia, out of that I-85 corridor. And this is where that rotation is being located towards Mountain Island. This is Sandy Ford Road, I believe. And again, you can see that rotation in and around some of these greens and reds. It's indicating that the winds are picking up from the radar towards and away. So this is why, again, we do have that active tornado warning, again, pushing up to the northeast in places like Highway 16. I believe that is the Brookshire Boulevard. That is a busy roadway. If you know anyone venturing out over there right now or anyone living in and around this area, you're going to want to let them know that there is an active tornado warning within this place. And not only that, packing a punch with that main line of storms, torrential downpour from Taylorsville just past Hickory now and just past that Highway 321 corridor just east of Lincolnton currently, as it continues to race off to the east, will likely be impacting portions like Statesville and Mooresville as we head into the next couple of hours. Just an estimate of timing, but as we head over the next couple of hours, we'll see Mount Holly likely being impacted by this at 9:36, Westport 9:42, Sherrills Ford 9:44, Davidson 9:51, Statesville 9:53. These are very populated areas. Poplar 10:02, Kannapolis 10:06, Concord 10:07, China Grove 10:10, and Salisbury about 10:20 if this keeps that same speed and intensity. Now down to the south towards upstate South Carolina. Of course, Mecklenburg County getting in on some of the action that you saw from the uptown camera. They're starting to see heavy downpours all the way from Providence down to Jackson, and that main line continues to race off to portions like Mint Hill. We'll get there closer to around 9:40, 9:45, Unionville 9:48, Wingate 9:50, New Salem 9:58, and over towards Oakboro at 10:02. Big picture, this is what we've been tracking all morning long. Just a mess of thunderstorms across the area, but this is the only active tornado warning that we currently have across the Carolinas, and that is going to be the one that is located in western Mecklenburg County. Of course, this is that tornado warning has now been shortened and has moved out of Gaston County, or Gastonia I should say, and heads towards northeast Gaston County, closer to Mecklenburg as well. Huntersville is currently within that box. Of course, that rotation has moved northeast of Mountain Island and northeast of Shuffletown. I'm going to go update and see if there's any new information from the National Weather Service, as again, this continues to move fast. But we do want to keep you aware of any power outages across the area, and we do have that latest map currently from Duke Energy. Oh, and the airport. Let's check in on the airports right now.
Okay, thank you so much, Becca. We definitely want to make sure folks are staying weather aware. It's a messy situation, including at the Charlotte Douglas Airport this morning. Right now, there's been 18 cancellations and more than 497 delays. That's almost as many as we saw all of Saturday. A reminder this morning, if you are headed to the airport, be sure to arrive early. And they say also make sure you pack your patient. Power outages are also skyrocketing this morning. Right now, Duke Energy showing thousands of outages across the state. Take a look. This is a live look at our Duke Energy map right now. You can see close to 1,000 folks losing power in just the last few minutes in Hickory Grove, as well as thousands more power outages across the state. Of course, we're going to continue to keep an eye out on the maps throughout the day and make sure we keep you updated.
And we are tracking the latest right now on our Doppler radar. We've got that active tornado warning still that encompasses places like Huntersville, northeast Gaston County, moving out of Mount Holly and moving closer to Lowesville, Hicks Crossroad, and we'll continue to see that latest velocity scan. Again, this is racing up to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So we'll continue to get these latest scans, likely seeing more of a broad area of rotation. This was moving just northeast from Mountain Island. So we're likely seeing, if any, tornadic activity towards Overlook Mountain Drive, Mountain Point Lane, Riverside Drive, Sheagle Crossing Way, Sample Road, If you are in and around these areas, you are going to want to immediately head to your safe spot, and especially a heads up to places like Gilead Road, Huntersville, and the I-77 corridor, as that tornado warning encompasses the I-77 corridor from Cornelius, Huntersville, all the way to about North Charlotte. This is an active tornado warning that continues until 10 o'clock and has continued from western York County to Gaston and now impacting portions of northern Mecklenburg County. So it looks like we're getting some of the latest scans from here. Again, that rotation has moved off Mountain Island, and we're seeing an area of rotation towards Allison Ferry. And this is again pushing fast up to the northeast. Neck Road, Henry Harrison, Stillwell Drive. I'm going to go ahead and put another tracker on this system and keep you updated on the latest. And if this gets extended up to places like Mooresville, we'll certainly be keeping an eye on. Caldwell, 947. Cornelius, 948. Davidson, 950. Lake Norman, 953. Mooresville, 956. And Corahir Heights, 1002. And again, even though we only have one active tornado warning in the area, we have severe thunderstorm warnings that encompass pretty much the entire viewing area. And those are for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, especially along this leading edge of storms that we've been seeing. Now pushing through Highway 64 from Ellendale, just about to make it to Statesville. Highway 70 getting hammered with rain down into Catawba, Sherrills Ford, Westport, Lowesville. Those are all the areas that are likely seeing some of the strongest winds that they have been seeing, with maybe some straight line wind damage, which is why we have that concern for that severe thunderstorm warning. And of course, down trees and down power lines, we will continue to monitor with Duke Energy. Looks like that severe thunderstorm warning that was in place for the entire Mecklenburg County, that has now been pushed off to eastern Mecklenburg County as this pushes through the outer loop of I-485 in East Charlotte, now down to Harrisburg, Mid-Hill, getting some heavy rainfall associated with this down into Mid-Hill, heads up to Midland and Georgeville. This is going to be moving fast to the east, about 50 miles per hour, and I will go ahead and put a tracker on this, and I would treat this like a tornado warning, as the winds are very strong out of the system. 942 Clear Creek, 942 Goose Creek, 943 Pioneer Mills, 946 Brief, 949 Midland. This will start to move over to New Salem at 957 and Oakboro at around 10 o'clock. And 10 o'clock is when that tornado warning is set to expire for the northern portion of Mecklenburg County. That also includes Lake Norman, and that includes I-77 from Cornelius down into Huntersville. I want to go ahead and show you that latest radar scan that we are seeing. No indication yet if they are going to be extending this out. And we got one storm report. This is in Burke County, a couple trees down in Valdez, North Carolina. That is the only storm report we have gotten at this moment. But we're seeing broad area of rotation northeast of Mount Holly and really starting to move through the northern portion of the outer loop of I-485. This will again continue to push up to the northeast towards Huntersville. And again, we have that active tornado warning that goes until 10 o'clock. So if you are within this purple polygon, you need to be in your safe spot. That is the lowest, most interior portion of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as you can. Grab your phone and make sure to stay streaming as we keep you safe throughout the morning. Again, those severe thunderstorm warnings continue for places like East Charlotte, Monroe, about to start to see some heavy rainfall and some strong wind gusts with this system. I want to show you the latest current wind gusts that we've been seeing. Now up to 52 miles per hour in Rock Hill, 48 in Charlotte. That is likely what we were seeing on the uptown camera when it was shaking, when that line was actually making its way through. I do not have any reports on power outages at the time. I do have reports of trees down in Burke County. That is the only storm report that we have as of now. And again, we do have that active tornado watch that continues for most of our area until 1 p.m. with just that one active tornado warning within this system impacting northern Mecklenburg County. And we're about 15 minutes. Okay, this has just gotten extended. We now have a new tornado warning that includes Cabarrus, Iredell, Mecklenburg, and Rowan County until 10:30 this morning. And if you are within this purple polygon, you need to be in that safe spot immediately, as we are seeing some strong winds and some rotation in and around this area. I want to show you that latest scan that we're seeing from our Doppler radar in terms of velocity and how strong these wind speeds are. Again, seeing that rotation when the reds and green meet, and likely seeing some heightened reflectivity closer to Beatty's Ford Road and I-485. And we do have some help on the way. I've got Brittany Van Voorhees here with me, and we will be tracking the latest. So I will go ahead and move to the wall as we continue to keep you safe on this Sunday morning. We've got quite the mess out there. Just one active tornado warning, again, in northern Mecklenburg County. But again, this has been extended in portions of Mooresville, Kannapolis. Also in this includes Concord, includes portions of 85, and of course that I-77 corridor. If you know anyone traveling in and around this area, definitely call them, give them that heads up to pull off on the roadway, go to a gas station, go to a McDonald's, and make sure to get in that safe spot. So if this keeps that same strength and intensity, this is what we're looking at. Locust 955, Salisbury 1002, Moxville 1012, Reedy Creek 1024. This is a common area that we see some areas of flooding. Thomasville 1034, and closer to about Winston-Salem within the next couple of hours. So we'll continue to see this racing up to the northeast, right around 50-55 miles per hour. So this is a fast moving system, and it's impacting portions likely as it continues to push up to the northeast in places like Mooresville. And we're seeing just a little bit of rotation in and around that area as it continues to drive up to the northeast, but getting some heavy rainfall in addition to this. So if you're in places like China Grove, you need to be on guard as this tornado warning continues to extend out to this area until 10:30. So this has been extended. If you're just joining us this morning, that tornado warning that was in northwest Mecklenburg County has now been extended and includes portions of Iredell, Mecklenburg, Rowan, also includes places like Elmwood. And we'll continue to see not only some heavy rainfall with this, the potential to have some tornadic spin, but also some straight line wind damage is also going to be a concern, as the entire area is still encompassed in that severe thunderstorm warning for those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this is what we're dealing with right now. Mooresville getting it on some heavy downpours, and this is the area that is also encompassed in that tornado warning. So even if it's not a tornado on the ground, definitely treat it as is, as this will continue to race up to the northeast. So just a heads up, Amity Hill 950, as this continues to track up to the north, we'll likely see this impacting places like China Grove 953, Cleveland 956, 10 o'clock Rowan County, Salisbury 1004, Jubilee about 1010, Churchland 1012, and Fork 1015. So this is a system that has been traveling all the way from Union, York, now into Gaston and Mecklenburg counties. It has traveled through several counties just from the past hour, and it's a particularly dangerous situation that we're watching just for an area of rotation that has been extending from upstate South Carolina, now impacting just a very populated area of people as it continues to push through Lake Norman. But other than that, we've got the severe thunderstorm warnings out outside of the tornado warning, we've got those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are racing just east of Mecklenburg County, pushing through places like New Salem at 9:59, Big Lick 10:02, Polkton 10:08, Albemarle 10:13, and we'll continue to see this race off to the east out of the viewing area likely within the next hour. So again, if you're not in this tornado warning in Mecklenburg County, I would go ahead and get in your safe spot if you are encompassed in these severe thunderstorm warnings, as these winds are packing a punch. On our Rock Hill current wind gusts, we actually had up to 53 miles per hour and reports of some trees down over in Burke County. So this is something that we will continue to monitor. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back.
Thanks so much, Becca. Definitely want to make sure folks are staying weather aware today. Folks, if you can avoid going outside, today would be the perfect day to do so. Power outages skyrocketing this morning. Right now, Duke Energy showing thousands of outages across the state. This is a live look here at the Duke Energy map right now. Close to 3,000 folks now without power around Clover. As of about 9:30, York County showing about 1,300 outages total. We're going to continue, of course, to keep an eye out on the maps and keep you updated throughout the day.
And of course, the main event is this tornado warning that is still occurring. This is in northern Mecklenburg County, and we're seeing some rotation associated with this, likely pushing through that I-77 corridor. Again, like I mentioned, this is a very populated area. Of course, we've got Lake Norman over there, Huntersville, Cornelius, all the way up into places like Mooresville. Canapolis also included in this tornado warning, and we'll continue to see that race up to the northeast at around 50-55 miles per hour. Of course, this was issued by the National Weather Service, and it has been extended out from our upstate South Carolina counties. That was York, and this has only been continuing to race across the Charlotte area. So this is a dangerous system. Make sure to go in your safe spot if you can. That is going to be the lowest, most interior portion of your home. Grab your shoes, grab your helmet, and make sure to ride this out. Grab your phone too, so you can stream WCNC all morning long. Now we'll
Becca, I do not mean to cut you off, but we have a few new, reports here of some damage I just want to quickly talk about. So we have multiple trees down I-40 East, one set 57-mile marker in Statesville. That, of course, is in Iredell County. We've been reporting some gusts up to 60 miles per hour at the Charlotte Douglas Airport. So this is completely verifying those severe thunderstorm warnings. What I will say also, which you just mentioned it perfectly, WCNC Plus, where we stream, I think you can agree definitely, Becca, that when you are watching us on streaming, please keep in mind that there is that delay. So when you're seeing us talk about something, make sure you're looking at the top portion of your screen. If Becca is talking about a storm that happened at 9:45 and she's telling you to be weather aware and get into your safe place, it could be over you right now. So there's a little bit more urgency, right, when it comes to those streaming situations. But just wanted to give that quick update for you of what we're seeing right now. And really, I think a lot of these, even tornado warnings themselves, are more like straight line wind damage. At least in this case, it doesn't really look like we're seeing a lot of support here for those areas of rotation. But I mean, look at these winds.
Yeah, the winds are strong, and the damage reports certainly accompany with that as well. I was mentioning earlier that the soils are very damp, so it's really doesn't take that much to see some down trees and down power lines, and that's certainly something that we have been warning you about all morning long. Could see some power outages with this system as well. And look at the winds, 45 miles per hour in places like Concord, 25, 45, 49 miles per hour. This is what's accompanying the severe storms, which is why, even though there may not be a tornado on the ground, that you're going to want to treat it that way just in case of any down trees and down power lines that may impact your area. And we're already starting to see it, as Brittany mentioned, up to 60 miles per hour in places close to Enokville, 47 miles per hour, 38. They're all strong winds, anywhere from 30 to 40 to even 50 miles per hour. We had a report from Rock Hill at 53. Uptown also saw some strong wind gusts. We showed that live camera in Uptown as those storms started to roll through. And you could really see on that leading edge of storms that is packing a punch, not just in terms of heavy rainfall, but of course those straight line winds as well. We've got active severe thunderstorm warnings in addition to that tornado warning, and we're going to go ahead and track those for you as it continues to race to the east, close to about 50-55 miles per hour. Wingate looking at 9 9:53 for the start to arrive. Big Lick 10:03, Polkton 10:10, Norwood 10:20, Hamlet 10:40, and this will continue to push out of the viewing area within the next couple of hours. But this will not just stop. We've got some rain behind this system as well. So we've got that main line of storms that is really packing a punch in terms of severe weather and heavy rainfall. But behind this system is still rain. So localized flooding is definitely going to be a concern. We're also looking at a tornado warning, of course, for northern Mecklenburg County. And this also includes portions like Mooresville. It has moved out of Huntersville, Cornelius, Kannapolis, Mount Ula. This has been a broad area of rotation that has been traveling from upstate South Carolina all the way up from Gaston, Mecklenburg County, but it could just be the straight line winds that are causing some of those down trees and down power lines in and around this area. And regardless, it's packing certainly a punch with that heavy rainfall, strong wind gusts around 60 miles per hour, and that active tornado warning goes until 10:30 for Cabarrus, Iredell, Mecklenburg, and Rowan. This is continuing to push up fast to the northeast. If you're in places like Salisbury where the tornado warning has not been extended into your area, this is just a heads up. Yes, it's raining outside, but the main event has not arrived, and if you do have a chance to bring pets indoors or tie down any loose outdoor furniture, have that safe plan on hand. You'll want to go ahead and do so now, as we're going to go ahead and see that tornado warning extend to places like Cleveland, Mount Ula, Mooresville, starting to see some more of that reflectivity, of course, on that Mecklenburg and Lincoln County line, and this will continue to push up to the northeast, of course, with some heavy rainfall accompanying with this. And I don't know if there's any more updates from the National Weather Service on whether or not they will continue to extend this out, or if there is any ground truth to that.
No update from NWS yet, but what I feel like we're seeing right now, Becca, and I think that you would agree, is that it's this main line is the reason why they've kept that tornado warning extended here. So this is heading toward those places, like you mentioned, in Rowan County, parts of Stanley County. But there's this tiny little cell here that is under a severe thunderstorm warning that has some broad rotation too. So my guess is that they're keeping this going still for Mooresville. But if you're in places like Kannapolis, Davidson, Huntersville, Lowellsville, the risk, at least for you when it comes to right now, has ended. That main line has passed you. But if you're in Mooresville, especially, and in parts there of Rowan County, I'd still at least stay weather aware. Well, of course, for the rest of the day, since we have the potential for round number 2 of storms later. But at least for now, it does look like those areas, that are west of this cell are okay when it comes to the tornado warning. You can see just rain, but I think that's why they're keeping that little bit of rotation there in Mooresville for now. Like you said, it's broad. We haven't had any ground truth when it comes to pictures or videos. Of course, you can always send those using the WCNC Charlotte mobile app. The Near Me function, really the easiest way to get us quick updates. I am going to be sending us updates via Twitter as well, as it does look like we're getting a few reports into the only chief meteorologist, Brad Panovich. But really, Becca, which I know you've been tracking this all morning, you've been doing a fantastic job. It really looks like every little bit of ground truth that we're getting is really only wind related.
Yeah, and that's a great update, Brittany, and it's good to hear. But in addition, you'll still want to take this seriously, as straight line winds can cause just as much damage as a tornado warning. Yes, for sure. So don't let that fool you, because we'll continue to see this race over to the east.
Let's do a new track here for you.
Okay, sounds good. And move out of places like Concord and start to move closer to Rowan County, Salisbury, over towards Albemarle as well. So that latest track for Brittany, 10:05 Salisbury, Spencer 10:08, Albemarle 10:15. We'll likely see this move it closer to around High Point at 10:45. So this is a fast moving system. We still have that active tornado warning, and watching that cell especially closer to Mooresville. But overall, the rotation over from that initial tornado warning is broad and is likely only causing maybe some straight line wind damage. That being said, though, still could cause some damage in and around that areas in terms of down trees and down power lines. We've gotten 1/3 of an inch of rain from yesterday. Of course, heavy rain continues to fall, so combine that with the strong winds, down trees, down power lines, down branches. It's just likely going to be a mess out there as we continue to see this start to move off. So that latest track, again, starting to move out of places like Concord, Midland, Monroe, really packed a punch towards East Charlotte, and we do have a few reports of some trees down in and around this area, so keep that in mind if you're venturing out. Looking at a few storm reports, Looks like we do have a report of a tree down potentially in Gastonia.
Let's see if I can get this baby on. Doesn't want to cooperate this morning. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so a few trees down, power line down in several locations in and near Gastonia, Belmont, and Mount Holly. In Belmont, of course, a very, very populated suburb, of Gaston County. Numerous trees down in York County. That was the first, I know, tornado warning you were tracking this morning, Becca. And then we are seeing some gusts, 51, 60 miles per hour. So those are the official storm reports that we get into our system. But I know you've mentioned a few more as we've gone throughout the morning.
Yeah, and we'll likely see more storm reports, especially as this moves off to the east and people go outside after this initial storm line starts to move off. So those are great reports. And again, this has a history of producing some really strong winds and some damage along with it with those downed trees. So this is something that you have to take seriously. And again, even though we do have that active tornado warning, we've got active severe thunderstorm warnings across the entire area for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as well as some really torrential downpours. I would hunker down if I were you, especially if you're in places like Statesville, where we're really starting to see that line come through. And still have that active tornado warning. It looks like maybe some rotation out towards Mooresville, but it's more so just a wind effect that we've been in. And zooming in closer on that tornado warning.
Yeah, I just don't really see any support for that. Maybe it's this little bit of a burst, that you can kind of see right here east of Mooresville, Fort Mount Ulla. But I think for the most part, this really is wind. Now, of course, at this point, we know we've talked about it so many times since we don't have that local Charlotte radar. We just have the terminal. Oftentimes the National Weather Service will keep these expanded a little bit more than maybe, I wouldn't say they should be, but more so for the tornado warning potential when it really is more of a straight line wind. But you think the further you are from the radar, it is harder for the NWS to see. So we appreciate them keeping a close eye on it. But at this point, at least from our expertise, the two of us, it definitely looks to be more of a wind threat. Although we do have a new tornado warning just issued.
Okay, new active tornado warning. Yeah. This is for, Stanley County and Montgomery. This is radar indicated and goes until about 10:30. This includes the Big Lick area.
I think it's this little bit of rotation here near Big Lick that they're looking at.
Yep, right near Big Lick Road.
Yeah, right here.
Yep, closer.
And this is pushing off to the north and east, y'all.
Pushing out of Locust towards the east, likely around 50, 55 miles per hour. So this is a fast moving system. If you are in and around this area, definitely what to get in that safe spot immediately. Grab your phone, grab your shoes, and make sure to stream us as you do so as we give you that latest information. Definitely would exercise some caution. Highway 24, this includes Red Cross. This includes Richard Sandy Road. It looks like Highway 209, Highway 24. So just in and around this area, seeing some rotation. Again, closer to the Big Lick area, pushing up to the east, to the northeast. And we've got that active tornado warning now that includes Stanley County, also Frog Pond. And this has just been an active morning for sure. This is the third tornado warning that we've seen across the area. Not only do we have some tornadic spin up, but also, of course, those straight line winds and those really, really heavy downpours. So putting that tracker out, this is a heads up for places like Albemarle, 10:14. Howes Ferry Junction, we'll likely see this come at 10:17. Palmerville, 10:21. Liberty Hill, 10:23. And Congans Mine, around 10:28. So this is a fast moving system. If you are within this purple polygon, again, exercise some caution. Get indoors, get in that safe spot as this continues to race up to the northeast, especially from areas like Oakboro, as we continue to see really that broad area of rotation. So the National Weather Service has issued, now I believe this is the third or fourth tornado warning that we've had this morning, and we've been tracking this for about an hour now, and we'll continue to keep you updated with these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings across this area. Again, not just dealing with these two tornado warnings, but also dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings across the area as well that have really been packing a punch across the Charlotte metro area. And it's really alongside this line where it has the greatest potential to see some spin up activity, also some straight line wind damage as well. And that's what we've kind of been warning you about all morning long. So just with this line of storms that is now starting to move through Oakboro, want to give you that latest track tracker, and this is not only a tornado warning, but it's also a severe thunderstorm warning. Oakboro 10:03, ND, this will start to move into your location 10:07, Albemarle 10:13, and over towards places like Jackson Hill 10:20, Troy 10:34, and Asheboro around 10:45. So again, this is a fast-moving system. Treat it like it's a tornado on the ground, because we've gotten already reports of trees down in and across the Charlotte metro area as this main line of storms has started to push off to the east.
Some updates for you.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so first things first, you asked a little bit earlier, we were talking about National Weather Service in Rowan County. They said that they are still evaluating. It looks like they're still watching that little cell that was further back west toward Mooresville. So right now they're keeping the tornado warning officially in effect there until 10:30. So about 25 more minutes. If there's no rotation in that, of course, I wouldn't be surprised if they canceled it early. But we are getting additional storm reports here. So this is Cabarrus County, Concord, and Mount Pleasant. Seeing reports of multiple trees down, blocking certain roadways between Highway 73 and Highway 601. So hopefully you're inside, sit in your safe place if you're watching us right now. But if you are going to be out and about later for some rhyme or reason, please make sure you are using caution, even if the storms have ended, right? Because we will likely see some downed trees. It's not out of the question to see down power lines, things of that nature. So just wanted to give you those quick updates.
Oh, that's great.
That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Brittany, for that update.
Well, Becca, Brittany, we're going to give you guys just a quick, we appreciate those updates. We'll give you guys just a quick break here. Meantime, switching gears, this is video sent to Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich from Chandler Pruitt and Waxhaw. Take a look. You can see gusty winds coming down pretty fast out there. This is pretty much going to be the situation for much of the morning and early afternoon. So, folks, once again, you want to remember to stay weather aware today, and if possible, please avoid going outdoors if you can. Well, power outages are also skyrocketing this morning. Right now, Duke Energy showing thousands of outages across the state. This is a live look at our Duke Energy map right now. Take a look. Close to 3,000 folks now without power around Clover. As of about 9:30, York County showing about 1,300 outages total. We're going to continue to keep an eye out on the maps throughout the day so we can ensure that we're giving you guys the latest updates. As for now, I'll toss it back to you, Becca. We actually have some new airport updates I'm hearing. Messy situation at the airport this morning. Take a look at what we're seeing right now. There's already been 28 cancellations, more than 512 delays. They've been continuing to increase all morning. That's almost as many delays as we saw all of Saturday. A reminder this morning, if you are headed to the airport, make sure you arrive early, and they're also asking that you pack your patience. All right, I'm going to toss it back over to you, Becca, for more updates.
Thank you for that update. And it certainly looks like Duke Energy is dealing with outages across the Charlotte metro area. No thanks to the system that is rolling through, and it has passed the Mecklenburg area. So if you are in the Charlotte area, you might notice some light rain, some stronger winds, but really that main line has already raced off to the east from you and dealing with two active tornado warnings within the area. This first one is going to be that encompasses Stanley County, Big Lick, Albemarle. Just a broad area of rotation, but the National Weather Service just wants to keep you safe, and we are monitoring this as it continues to push off to the northeast in places like Albemarle at 10:16, Palestine 10:21, Eisenhower 10:24, Liberty Hill 10:25, Troy 10:32, and Bisco around 10:39. So it's 10:07 right now. If you're in places like Albemarle or closer into Troy, you do have some time to get into that safe spot. Again, that's going to be the lowest, most interior portion of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as you can. Grab the shoes and grab the phone too, as you can stream us all morning long as we continue to track this system. Again, starting to move out of Big Lake. That's really where we saw that rotation, Big Lick, sorry. And this is continuing to push out to the east. We can zoom in a little bit.
Ooh, I have an update for you.
Oh,
really
go ahead.
Quick before we zoom in. Okay, so certain tornado watches canceled for certain counties. Just wanted to give these people maybe a little bit of peace of mind. We still do have the chance for a few storms later on, but tornado watch canceled for Cleveland County, Gaston County, Lincoln County, and Burke County. as well as York County and Chester County. So pretty much like you were just saying, all those areas where the main line has passed, a lot of those tornado watches have now been canceled. So, you know, I know we talk a lot about wind damage. It does still create 90% of our damage here in the Carolinas, but I know tornadoes have a little bit of just an extra bit of anxiety, I think weather-related anxiety for a lot of people. So all of those tornado watches officially canceled.
That's great news, Brittany. And still dealing with, of course, the severe thunderstorm warnings for some of our most eastern counties. So if you've already seen that main line of storms, you're only seeing rainfall behind that system, not necessarily any severe weather. And of course, the tornado watches have been expired for a lot of the area, including places in and around the Charlotte metro. So great news there. Still dealing with that active tornado warning that includes Montgomery, Richmond, and Stanley goes until 10:30 this morning. That is about in 20 minutes. And putting that latest tracker on there, Albemarle going to see this push through at 10:15, Palestine 10:18, Baden 10:22, 10:23 is River Haven. And mainly this is an area of broad rotation, but some heightened reflectivity. And this is along that main line of storms that we've been tracking all morning long. And this is where we have that concern to see some severe weather, especially across the leading edge of that, starting to approach Albemarle. So this is a more populated area. If you are in Albemarle right now, you should be in that safe spot as of now, as this continues to track your way, likely within the next couple of minutes. And this will continue to race off to the east as it pushes through around 50 to 55 miles per hour. So this has just been a fast moving system all morning long. But behind this line of main line of storms really is just rainfall. Localized flooding could be an issue, but really this is where that main severe threat is going to be. And we've got severe thunderstorm warnings accompanying from South Carolina all the way up to the metro area for those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we've had several reports of trees down across the area. So exercise some caution, even if that main line of storms is being pushed off and you're in the metro and you're headed out this morning. Definitely want to watch out for any debris out on the roadways, as again, we do have some reports of that as well. This tornado warning again continues until 10:30. Everywhere else dealing with those strong winds and those torrential downpours. Rockingham 10:38. This is going to start to move your way. Sanford 11:25. Fayetteville 11:45. And again, starting to move out of the area and closer to places like central North Carolina, places like Raleigh as we head in the next couple of hours. And again, this has been an active morning. We've had about 3 to 4 tornado warnings just from around 8:30, 9 o'clock. The first one was in York County, and we did get some reports of some damage in and around that area. And then it moved to Gaston County, and then eventually to northern Mecklenburg County. And that was the one that we were tracking. It's still tracking now. That one had a little bit of rotation closer to Mooresville. That is pushing up to the northeast. It's a broad area of rotation, but is likely causing some damage just with the winds itself. Soils are wet. They're very moist from all the rainfall that we got Friday into Saturday. So that is why that is going to be a big concern as we head throughout the morning hours. And we'll likely get more damage reports from this system as this main line starts to move off and people head outdoors as it is safe to do so. But right now, not safe to do so as it enters through some of our most southeastern counties. And again, this will really start to pack a punch to places like Chesterfield as it continues to race off to the east over the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. So really, it's that active tornado warning that we've been watching that we have that concern for, and that's in Stanley and Montgomery counties, goes to about 10:30. We've got other severe thunderstorm warnings out there as well. Cabarrus Union goes until about 10:15. That is in 3 minutes. And then looks like we do have a new tornado warning, or at least a shortened tornado warning for Rowan County, and that is until 10:30. That was the little bit of rotation that the National Weather Service was watching up in Mooresville. So if we want to, yes, thank you very much. Yes, it's
over a piece, y'all.
Okay, and that includes Cleveland, Mount Ula, and it's really right along that Highway 70 that is likely seeing maybe some rotation out there. So no word right now on if this will get extended out. Again, it's a broad area of rotation, but going to go ahead and track this as it continues to push to the northeast. Cleveland, you can expect this to start to move through 10:14. That's just what the next couple of minutes. Need more 10:20. Jerusalem 1025, Mocksville 1027, Churchland 1030. It'd start to move in places like Reedy Creek around 1040. So if you're within this area, it's a small purple polygon. You need to be in that safe spot, and beyond that, you might want to be in your safe spot as well as we continue to get severe thunderstorm warnings all encompassed in the counties in orange for not only some torrential downpours that we're seeing this, but especially those winds gusting around 50 to 60 miles per hour.
All right, let's give you a new track so we can track this out.
Appreciate it.
Oh, this computer just sometimes is so slow. Technology is great until, it's slow. All right, I got you, Becca.
All right, thank you, Brittany. Okay.
Here you go.
Got that severe thunderstorm warning for Chesterfield County. That is going to continue to push off to the east towards places like Byrdstown, Crossroads at 10:16. It's 10:14 now, so it's 2 minutes away. Places like Wallace, 10:28, 10:33 over in Yatesville, Rockingham, 10:36, 10:45 for Gibson, 10:46 Tatum, Pine Bluff, 10:58, and 11:05 for Southern Pine. So this will continue to push out of the viewing area, but is producing those 60-mile-per-hour winds, like I mentioned. So down trees, down power lines. That's really what we're worried about. That's why we want you to hunker down, be safe until this main line starts to pass through. Behind it is just going to be rain and likely some stronger wind gusts, but not nearly as strong as what they are on that leading edge of the storms that we're seeing. And it's a pretty wide range of that main line of storms as it continues to push off to the east. Not seeing much lightning with this system, but the rain is probably coming down in buckets at this moment. So behind this line, of course, is rain, and we could see a few areas of localized flooding as well.
Well, we've been focusing in a lot of those southeastern areas, so let's give a little bit of love here to places like New London, Norwood, Anson County, Rowan County. Here's a new track for you, Becca.
For sure. Okay, we've got that tornado warning, of course. That includes Montgomery and Stanley counties, goes until 10:30, and this system, alongside that main line that we've been talking about, has the greatest potential for severe weather. That is moving to places like New London at 10:15, Norwood 10:19, Baden 10:21, Mount Gilead 10:27, Ophir 10:31, Troy 10:35. We'll start to move into Allreds 10:42, 10:43, Biscoe 10:46, Seagrove, and in places like Coleridge at 10:58. So this is a fast moving system. If you are out ahead of this main line, you'll want to go ahead and get into your safe spot. If you can bring pets indoors, tie down any loose outdoor furniture within the next couple of minutes, that would likely be what I would do and make my plan as we head in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Again, have that active tornado warning for places like Big Lick all the way into portions of northern Norwood, but we do also have that severe thunderstorm warning as well that you should likely treat as a tornado warning, as winds are going to be really strong. It's sometimes straight line winds actually cause more damage and more widespread damage than an actual tornado warning. So right now that tornado warning is a broad area of rotation. It has been again extended into Stanley and Montgomery counties, and we have 2 active ones across the metro area, and this is again along that leading edge of storms that we're starting to see push east out of the viewing area, but certainly impacting portions like Mount Gilead, Baden down to Polkton. This is likely impacting areas just from Monroe to Polkton, seeing some heavy rainfall with that. We'll be moving towards Rockingham and Wallace. This is going to be hitting your direction 10:31. Cedar Grove 10:40, Rockingham 10:37, Pinehurst 10:58. So this is going to be slowly moving out of the viewing area within the next, I'd say about an hour, 30 minutes to an hour. This will start to really head out our direction. And behind this, of course, is some moderate to heavy rainfall, but certainly not as gusty winds as what we've been seeing on that leading edge of the storm. So really this is going to be that concern, and it's going to be for our most eastern counties. Polkton seeing some really heavy rainfall with this as well. Chesterfield County as this continues to push off to the east. We also have some severe thunderstorm warnings in places like Salisbury up into the north as well. Now again, behind this system is just rainfall, so really looking at that main concern for severe weather is going to be pushing out of the viewing area likely within the next 30 to 45 minutes. And behind the system is just rainfall, so a concern for localized flash flooding. And if the atmosphere is able to destabilize, could see a few isolated thunderstorms pop up later on this afternoon and evening. But right now, certainly that main concern is going to be down to the south and east. Of course, that tornado watch encompasses that I-77 corridor eastward. So where you see in red, that is an active tornado watch until about 1 p.m. It's certainly something that we'll be monitoring. But notice the counties off to the west of I-77 have already been taken off of that. So we'll likely see that continue as we see that main line of storms continue to push off to the east. So that's a great map to show. Do you have the current wind gust?
I am pulling it up right now. We got a little bit of a lag here, so I'm going to give a report that I've been holding on to a little bit. Lots of downed trees across the Charlotte metro area. So because of this, if you were in the Plaza Midwood or Elizabeth area, we're starting to see portions of Monroe Road near Briar Creek Road temporarily shut down. It looks like because of those downed trees and power lines. There also, of course, are a lot of intersections that don't have traffic lights. And so I think that's a good reminder too, especially us meteorologists. We talk a lot about traffic issues as well that are weather related. If you ever encounter an area that has a traffic light malfunction, whether it's off or it's blinking, please treat it as a four-way stop. That is a really, really quick and easy way to avoid major problems when it comes to being out on the roadway. All right, we got some winds up here for you, so let's put some of these on. If we can get the computer. There we go. Oh, there we go. Albemarle.
All right, 43 miles per hour. 49. 32.
As much there in Ansonville, a little bit weaker. But this is the outer leading edge. If you see these colors here that are a little bit brighter and the yellows and oranges, it looks like a lot of the strongest winds are out of here. Because look at this, even toward parts of Rowan County, a lot of this orange is heading over toward places like Denton, Troy, El Dorado, which all of those places are out of here. Maybe a little bit more gusty in parts there of Salisbury. You can see that 63 mile per hour wind gust. But other than that, other than the leading edge, not seeing a lot of support.
Yeah, exactly.
For tornadoes, more for straight line winds.
For sure. The leading edge is where we have that concern to see, you know, those down trees and down power lines, just because not only the grounds are wet, but the winds are really strong. And I know that power outages have been an issue around the metro area. I do want to toss it to Tradisha. If you have an update on the Duke Energy outage map across the area, is there any new updates that you have for us?
Absolutely, Becca. We have those updates. Thank you guys so much. You're doing an amazing job. But before we get to those updates, take a look at this video. This was sent to Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich. This is from Chandler, Pruitt, and Waxhaw. You can see those gusty winds coming out there, just coming down pretty fast, swiftly down that road. This is going to continue to be the situation for much of the morning and early afternoon. So please remember, stay weather aware today. If you can, by all means, avoid going outside. Today would be the perfect day to do so. Power outages that Becca mentioned are also skyrocketing this morning. Right now, Duke Energy showing thousands of outages across the state. This is a live look at our Duke Energy map right now. We've been watching all morning as the line of storms continue to move across the area. You could just see outages popping up left and right. Of course, we're going to continue to keep our eye out on those maps and be sure to keep you updated as we go along. Once again, also a very messy situation at the Charlotte Douglas Airport. No surprise there, right? This morning, there's already been 30 cancellations, more than 546 delays. That's almost as many delays as we saw for all of Saturday. So another reminder this morning, if you are headed to the airport, arrive early, and they're asking that you also pack your patience because it's going to be a lot going on there. We've also got some more video viewers have sent us as the storm pushes across the area. Jason Elder posting this video on X this morning as the gusty winds and rain continue to move through the Hickory area less than an hour ago. Take a look at that picture. Just look at those winds just continuously to come. You can even see from the rain pushing all of the wind towards I think that's a yard area. Very foggy view there as we're tracking chances for showers and a cold blast coming this weekend. We also want to remind folks, if you see weather conditions picking up where you are, we want to see it. If it's safe to do so, just snap a quick photo, take a quick video, and send it to us using the Near Me feature that's in inside our mobile app. Also, be sure to tell us the location in that photo. It really helps us tell the story. As for now, we're going to send it back to Becca and Brittany, who has been continuing to track this storm all morning long. Becca.
Yeah, thank you, Tradisha, for that update. And those pictures and videos that you showed, when you see the wind blowing like that, you know it's blowing strong. And we've had reports of down trees, down power lines. Of course, you showed from the Duke Energy outage map. So do be aware of that. Now, we do have a few updates to make. We do still have that active tornado warning right now that just encompasses Albemarle and just portions of Stanley County, quickly racing off to the east. But that tornado warning that we had in Rowan County, that has been allowed to be canceled and expire. So that is not going to be an issue, but still dealing with those really strong winds along this leading edge of that main line of storms that we've been tracking all morning long for you. And it's pushing out of Albemarle closer to about Highway 24. Torrential downpours likely within this area, pushing out of New London and closer to places like El Dorado. This tornado warning continues until 10:30. It's 10:24, so that is just within 6 minutes, and that severe thunderstorm warning also encompasses this entire area for those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that also expires around 10:30. And this will continue to push out of the viewing area likely within the next 20 to 30 minutes. And after that, behind this main line, we'll have really just rainfall in the area. So we're not seeing the winds nearly as strong as this leading edge of storm. So once this really pushes off, we've got some rainfall to deal with, but those winds will calm down a lot. So taking you through this latest tracker, Palmerville headed your way at 10:24, Troy 10:37, Refuge Mission 10:33, Allred's 10:44, and starting to move to places like Abisko at 10:46 within the next 20 minutes. So something that we'll be keeping an eye on. We really haven't seen much indication of a tornado making it on the ground. This is just radar indicated, and again has been issued by the National Weather Service. But if you are within this purple polygon, you need to be in your safe spot. And if you're just in this orange polygon like everywhere else with those severe thunderstorm warnings, you're going to want to be indoors as well, as we've got local storm reports from trees down all across the area. And I'm sure as people venture out, there will be lots more pictures and storm reports sent to us as we see this main line of storms start to move across. If we could zoom out and see big picture, you can see that main line of severe storms is really on its way out for a lot of places in our most eastern counties. May see an extension of that severe thunderstorm warning, and that is outside of the viewing area as it starts to move closer to Greensboro. So if you do know anybody traveling in and around this area, of course, it is the weekend after Christmas. A lot of people will be out on the roadways and towards the airport. This is going to be the latest tracker. Thomasville 10:34, High Point 10:42, Greensboro 10:58, Southern Pines 11:12, Chapel Hill 11:42, Durham 11:54, Raleigh 12:13, and moving to places like Henderson at 12:34. So that is going to be just within the next couple of hours as this continues to race off to the east. And I say race because it's going at around 50 to 55 miles per hour, especially with these tornadic cells. And Brittany, do we have some new information?
Looks like this little teeny tiny tornado warning is going to be extended for areas pushing toward the north and east. So I just wanted to give you guys a quick little track on that one.
Okay. So this is for Anson, Montgomery, Richmond.
It does look like it's moving really out of Anson pretty quickly. So almost, I mean, just looking at, geography, it looks like it might only hit this kind of northeastern portion here of Richmond County, and then it'd be out of here. So Anson's probably pretty good. This little cell that's near Albemarle is almost out of the area too. So that's not to say that we don't care about our neighbors to the east, but just talking about our specific counties. This is really quickly moving toward places like Norman, Rockingham, Troy, Southern Pines, and over toward the Raleigh area. So just wanted to give a little quick update on that.
Yeah, that's a great update. This is, I think, tornado warning number 4 or 5. I've kind of lost.
At this point it's like 5 or 6 or so.
Okay.
But I think you've lost count because you've been doing so many, but great job as always. But
yes.
Here's a little track on that one.
We've been on the air since 9 o'clock this morning, keeping you updated with these storm systems and seeing some rotation, again, in and around Anson, Montgomery, Richmond County. If you're within this purple polygon, like I mentioned, definitely going to be in the safe spot, but especially as it crosses over. So it's moving out of Wadesboro, kind of moving out of Anson County towards Rockingham. So that latest track really is as it pushes through northern Richmond County. So Ingram moving towards your area at 10:33, Covington 10:38, 10:39, Ellerby, Capples Mill 10:41, Norman 10:45, Biscoe 10:55, and this will just continue to push out of the viewing area. And I don't know if you can zoom in on this tornado warning.
This is the best velocity that we have, which is not ideal.
So a very broad rotation within this system, and yeah, we'll treat this as a tornado warning, but it's likely just a broad area of rotation. No ground truth if it's actually making it to the ground. That being said, though, you'll still want to be safe. Head indoors. We've got some really strong winds as that leading edge of storm starts to make its way through places like northwest Richmond County, like 47 miles per hour, 32, 28, 27, 22, 49. And this is pushing, again, closer to Norwood, Mount Gilead. This is going to be that concern, as the National Weather Service has issued that tornado warning and is set to expire around 11 o'clock. So we'll continue to keep you monitored on this. Do be aware if you're just in and around these areas that winds are really strong. So regardless of there being a tornado on the ground or not, you'll definitely want to exercise some caution in and around these areas. Not just now, but if you are venturing outside just later on today, there's going to be lots of debris out on the roadways, likely, even if it's just in terms of some broken tree branches. So we'll continue to see this push up to the northeast. If we want to zoom out, I don't know if that tornado warning expired up a little bit towards Albemarle and Stanley.
Yes, it did.
Okay. Right on cue, 10:30. It has expired. That was the one that we saw that was kind of pushing out of Albemarle and outside of Stanley County, and that is not being extended up towards Troy.
At this point.
Yeah, so this is the only one that we're watching currently. That leading edge of storms is really where we have that main concern for any sort of rotation. And of course, the strongest winds contained with it. Also, that severe thunderstorm warning encompasses this entire area as those winds gust anywhere from 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. It has the potential to do that at least, which of course can cause damage with down trees, down power lines, especially with the moist soils and damaged soils that we've seen from Friday into Saturday. So again, that's going to be that main concern. We'll see this main line start to continue to push to the east. Go places like Jefferson Park, 1037, Hamlet, 1044, Hoffman, 1054, Foxfire, 1057, and then move to places like Pinehurst, 1104, Southern Pines, 1108, and Whispering Pines around 1113. So more towards central North Carolina, outside really of the metro area and outside of our viewing area, but just a good reminder there that if you are venturing out on the roadways, if you're traveling today, keep that in mind that the system will only continue to race to the east. And Brittany, I believe you do have an update.
Yes, we do. So we are going to, of course, continue to track this area of storms as it continues to push off to the north and east. This is really now pushing all the way east of Anson County. So if you are thinking about where is this, we're pretty much out of Stanley County. We're pretty much out of Anson County. So one lingering spot is Richmond County. So that's over toward the Bunker Hill area. Of course, we have Biscoe around 1047, so about 15 minutes or so from now. Rockingham in about 5 to 10 minutes. Make sure you're in your safe place here, as we do not only have a severe thunderstorm warning, but also this tornado warning. I do also want to remind folks here that it is a big travel day. If you were taken to the roadways or the skies, not even just now, but even with the lingering rain we have for the rest of the day, please not only use caution, but also check with your airlines. We've seen multiple trees down, multiple power lines down, so also some power outage issues, some issues on the roadways. Even driving into work, honestly, before the main line really pushed all the way through, there was multiple just tiny little tree branches. So an inconvenience, a nuisance, whatever you want to call it. We, of course, want you to stay weather aware. Taking a look at some official storm reports, you can very obviously see a lot more have come in since we last checked in. So let's kind of see where some of these are. So we have a storm report here, center city there of Charlotte, trees uprooted or snapped, a roof potentially blown off, pretty intense rain and storms there. This one near Huntersville, 1-inch tree limbs broken, shingles blown off of someone's home. This one in Mooresville, a tree down potentially on a car. Mount Holly, trees down on Creekside Drive and Woodlawn Avenue. A lot of these in the Belmont and Mount Holly area. Shingles and flashing were blown off of a house. Some privacy fences even blown down. Metal flagpole ripped off of a porch. Again, you need really strong winds. In fact, potentially even downburst winds to see that. Up in Concord, trees down between Concord and Mount Pleasant. I mentioned this one actually earlier along Highway 73 and 601. A few more here in western Gaston County. What we can expect is that we'll get more of these reports kind of slowly but surely as the storms continue to pass. We always say that if you have a storm report, whether you want to send it in to us, the National Weather Service, Fire Department, we want you to do it, of course, while you're staying weather aware. So never try to walk outside and videotape something. A few trees down and a power line down in other locations here near Gastonia. That was another isolated report. And this one over toward the Spencer Mountain area, just outside of Bessemer City. More tree limbs broken, more shingles blown off of people's homes. I even actually heard just someone when I was trying to get ready to come to work today and was just out and about say I should have brought my decorations inside or my patio furniture, and the answer I thought was absolutely. But with the storm rolling through, of course a little bit late at that point, but we of course will continue to see these really strong winds pushing through the eastern side of our area. So let's kind of put on Doppler radar once again. This is kind of that leading edge here, the last little bit of weather that we have to talk about, at least for the next few hours. There is still the chance that we will see a few more storms later on this afternoon, closer to 4 or 5 o'clock. So make sure you continue to stay weather aware. The slightly good news there is that these early showers and storms have helped stabilize the atmosphere ever so slightly. If you were actually with us last night, we were talking about whether or not the wedge would break because the wedge was keeping us so cool the last few nights. Last night at 11 o'clock, we were right here in WCNC Charlotte. It was 52 degrees. I woke up this morning, 61. That's how we knew the wedge had broken and the storms were going to be rolling through and be a little bit more intense. So kind of give you some background there when it comes to the forecast. 1040 here for Rockingham, 1041 Ellerby, Norman around 1040, Candor the same. Pinehurst just after 11 o'clock, but at that point, of course, technically the storms are out of our area. But if you do have friends or family that are in the Raleigh-Durham area, even in portions there of Virginia, western South Carolina, maybe pushing over toward Florence, Myrtle Beach area, please make sure they, of course, also are staying weather aware as the storm system will continue to move in over the next few hours. So currently what we have right now, you can see some pockets of heavy rain south of Columbia, but for the rest of us, it's just this main line here of storms really extending from just outside of Wadesboro all the way down toward Florence. Most of these, of course, are severe thunderstorm warnings. The one little tiny little cell that we have producing potential rotation, it's very broad, if rotation at all. Really not seeing a ton of support for this, but it is encompassing this large area here in Richmond County, as really most of Anson County is in the clear at this time. Looking at different parts of our velocity map, again, not really seeing a lot of support for actual rotation, but these winds are still very, very gusty. Let's kind of hover some of these on. You can see 40 miles per hour there, 36 miles per hour there, 34 miles per hour there, and some of these outlying cells even around 40 to 45. So while I wouldn't say it is a strong indication of a tornado, it's probably a stronger indication, Becca, that there are certainly strong storms still pushing through.
That's right. That's why it's important to stay indoors, especially as this continues to race off to the east. I know it's our very eastern portion of the area that is dealing with that main line of storms, but that's really where we have that main concern. Behind it is just rain. Got some breezy conditions, but certainly not as windy as it is just alongside that leading edge. And again, seeing the potential for some rotation in this tornado warning. That goes until about 11 o'clock. That is pushing out of Anson County, starting to push through places like northern Richmond, just northwest of Rockingham, also Ellerby as well. Now, Rockingham is about to get hit with some heavy rainfall and some really strong wind gusts as well. So even though you're not encompassed in that tornado warning, you'll still want to hunker down, stay indoors, as again, soils are very moist. So we've already had several reports of trees down in and around this area just from this system that came through on this morning. So that's what we're dealing with right now. We got that severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Davidson, Montgomery, Moore, Randolph. That also goes until about 11 o'clock as this continues to start to push out of the viewing area. But it's really just this eastern portion of the viewing area that we're seeing these severe storms across the area. This is the only tornado warning that we currently have, and it's a broad area of rotation, no ground truth to it, but we will keep you monitored on that as it continues to push again outside of Wadesboro, just south of Ansonville, and in places like Highway 73, if my eyes aren't fooling me, Ellerby, and closer to places like Norman as we head likely within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. Green Road may be impacting by this and places in and around this area, so just keep that in mind. You're going to want to hunker down, be safe as the system continues to pass through. We'll likely see this move out of the area within the next maybe 15, 20 minutes or so. So you'll be in the clear after that. The main line of storms continues to push off to the east, but Rockingham again, Highway 1 is going to be hit with some really heavy downpours and some strong wind gusts as that severe thunderstorm warning still has those wind gusts at 60 miles per hour. So it's racing off at about 50 to 55 miles per hour, and starting to see some of this move out of some of our most eastern counties. That includes moving out of Rowan and Stanley County, impacting portions of Highway 64, almost to Ashboro, closer to Denton, Seagrove. Highway 73 is about to get hammered with this system as well, but everywhere else you can see that severe threat has dwindled, at least for the next couple of hours, and it's really this tornado warning that we'll be watching as it continues to push just north of Rockingham.
Becca, do you see this? Like it's breaking apart a little bit. See how the line
yes.
is broken? I think that's an indication that the winds are maybe dying out a little bit.
Yeah, weakening a little bit. Yeah, no, for sure, especially in this area. I'd say maybe Rockingham down to the south, down to Chesterfield counties. I imagine the winds are pretty strong still there. Do you have
45 or so miles per hour? I was tracking when you were getting your batteries.
Okay.
It was about 45 or so miles per hour, but here's a new track on that one.
Okay.
I'm going to push this off a little bit further east.
Great. Sounds good. Okay. So it is 10:40 right now, moving towards Rockingham at this minute. Bennettsville, be aware, heads up, 10:47. It's going to head your direction. Laurel Hill, 10:55. Laurinburg, 11:01. Pinehurst, 11:05. 11:10, starting to push through places like Southern Pines, Whispering Pines, and Red Springs by 11:21. Now, I do believe we have the latest update from Duke Energy and also the Charlotte Douglas Airport, and that's going to be coming from Tradition.
Thank you so much for those updates, Becca. You've been doing an amazing job tracking this all morning. Also, shout out to Brittany for coming in to help as well. Now, before we get to the Duke Energy, let's go ahead and look at some of this video. It was sent to Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich from Alicia Lalone. This is along Monroe Road here in Charlotte. You can see CMPD has already started blocking off some of those roads. You can also see those gusty winds brought down that tree, completely covering that road in the background there. This is going to be the situation for many roads this morning and this early afternoon. So make sure you're staying weather aware today and drive carefully if you have to be out today. Make sure you pay attention to those traffic lights. We heard Brittany mention earlier, if the lights are blinking, you want to treat it as a four-way stop. We know many of you are out right now, as Becca mentioned. You want to treat them once again as a four-way traffic stop. Crawl slowly through the traffic today. We want to avoid as many accidents as we possibly can. Power outages, also a big topic this morning, skyrocketing. Right now, Duke Energy showing thousands of outages across the state. This is a live look at our Duke Energy map right now. We've been watching all morning as the line of storms continue to move across the area. You could just see the outages popping up left and right. And of course, we're going to continue to keep an eye out on the maps throughout the day and keep you updated. Also, the airport, we know that's a messy situation as well, impacting a lot of folks out there this morning. Right now, there's already been 30 cancellations and more than 590 delays. That's a number that's continuing to increase as the morning continues. That's almost as many delays as we saw for all of Saturday. A reminder this morning, if you are headed to the airport, you want to make sure you get there early. Give yourself enough time, and you want to make sure that you pack your patience. Also, more video sent to Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich from Chandler Pruitt. This is in Waxhaw. Take a look. You can see gusty winds trickling down the street. We're going to pull it up for you here. This is going to be the situation once again for much of our morning and afternoon. As the camera, you see that wind just literally swipes all of that rain right on down the street. Once again, this is going to continue to be the situation for a lot of places across our area. So you want to remember to stay weather aware. We've got some more videos viewers have sent us as the storm continues to push across the area. We have Jason Edler. He posted this video on X. Take a look. This morning you can see gusty winds and rain just pushing through Hickory less than an hour ago. Also tracking chances for showers. We want to remind you, if you see weather conditions really picking up where you are, we want to see it. If it's safe to do so, snap a picture or take a quick video and send us something so we can use it on our website online. We're also going to feature it in our mobile app. Also, make sure you be sure to tell us where the location is. It really will help us tell the story and get a better understanding of what's happening in your area. As for now, I'm going to go ahead and toss it back over to Becca, who's been once again tracking the system all morning long. Becca, any updates?
Yeah, well, thank you for that update, especially from Duke Energy. That's really what we were worried about. Also, those downed trees, and those videos just show how strong those winds are. Now, we currently have just that one active tornado warning, and that was basically for Richmond and Montgomery County. Has started to push out of Anson, and it's starting to break up as well. So not sure how much of a rotation there is within this area, but severe thunderstorm warnings continue for the eastern portion of the area. And we put that latest tracker on there as this continues to race to the east. 1044 over in Hamlet and 1044 over in Rockingham, 1049 Hamlet and Whispering Pines 1114, Red Springs 1123. This is moving fast. I've been mentioning racing because it is moving at 50 to 55 miles per hour. So this is a very fast moving system, and once that leading edge of storms kind of pushes off, it's really just rainfall behind this. And this is look at some of the Doppler winds that we've been seeing associated with that tornado warning, 46, 45, 47 miles per hour. So generally between 40 to 50 within this system, and this is with or without that tornado on the ground. So keep in mind, this is producing a lot of strong winds like we can see here. So certainly something that you need to take seriously. Hunker down indoors as this continues to move off to the east. Should likely start to get out of the viewing area pretty soon. 1049 Hamlet, 1056 Gibson, 11 o'clock for Laurel Hill. Pinehurst coming at you at 11:05 and Vass at 11:19. Red Springs 11:24, and in places like Spring Lake at 11:37. So this is our most southeastern region of the viewing area. And again, that tornado warning, it does continue until 11 o'clock, but I likely will see this expire pretty soon here, as really not seeing much rotation with the system. It's really just a wind concern at this point as this main line of storms starts to push off. Do want to mention though, starting to get some really heavy rainfall just towards the southern portion of Chesterfield, also North Hartsville, Bennettsville, seeing this system push up to the east as well. So really heavy rainfall coming down over in Chesterfield County. I do want to mention that. So regardless of if there's a tornado warning or not in this area, you definitely want to exercise some caution just from our southeastern counties, seeing some torrential downpours and some really strong wind gusts that can cause down trees and down power lines, just like we've been seeing all across the Charlotte metro area. But again, this should be starting to move out of here within the next 20 or 30 minutes or so. This has been maybe the 5th or 6th tornado warning that we've had so far this morning, and we've had wall-to-wall coverage since 9 o'clock, and we will continue to keep you updated as you hunker down and this system continues to push off to the east. Just a reminder of that safe spot that you should be heading to. That's going to be the lowest, most interior part of your home. Maybe it's a bathroom, a closet, a hallway. You'll also want to make sure you have shoes on, a helmet, and even your cell phone so that you can track the latest and stream with us on WCNC as this continues to push off to the east. Again, that broad rotation located somewhere just north of Richmond, and we'll continue to push out of the viewing area likely within the next 10 to 15 minutes, but
Becca,
still
we do have an update.
Okay, great.
It's not the best update, but an update nonetheless. We have confirmation from the North Carolina State Highway Patrol that there was a confirmed fatality from a tree falling onto a car. This was the storm report we got around 10 o'clock of Landis Highway between Brumley Road and Teeter Road. This is in Mooresville and Iredell County. NCSHP is advising that Landis Highway will be shut down for an extended period of time due to this investigation. So if you do typically travel in and around the Iredell area and near Mooresville, make sure that you avoid Landis Highway if at all possible.
Yeah, that's certainly a sad update and just reiterates the safety message that these winds are just really, really strong. Get into that safe spot, even if you're not within that tornado warning, even if you're just under that severe thunderstorm warning. Those winds can cause the same, if not more damage than a tornado warning. It's certainly more widespread. So putting the tracker again on this latest line of storms that is pushing through portions of Hamlet as we speak. If it keeps that same speed and intensity, Norman heads up, coming to you at 10:51. Gibson 10:56. Laurel Hill 11 o'clock. Laurinburg 11:06. Pinehurst 11:08. Bowmore 11:15, and Rayford at 11:20. So this is going to start to move out of the viewing area and eventually towards central North Carolina, places like Raleigh, Durham. So if you know anybody traveling in and around that area, just make sure that they exercise some caution, as obviously the system has a history of producing straight line wind damage. We've been seeing those wind gusts from anywhere to 40 to over 50 miles per hour. We had a 53 mile per hour recording wind gust over in Rock Hill earlier this morning. So this is not something to downplay, especially with it being such a busy travel day the weekend after Christmas. Of course, still watching that active tornado warning. The only one that we have likely will be able to expire within the next, hopefully, 5 to 10 minutes. And it's really just that severe thunderstorm warning that we've got our eyes on as it continues to push out our most southern and eastern counties towards portion like Hamlet, up towards Norman, Laurel Hill, Gibson. If you're in and around these areas right now, you may have a little bit of time if you want to tie down any loose outdoor furniture. Definitely want you bring the pets indoors, of course, and make sure you have that safe plan for you and your family. And that, of course, is going to be indoors. And make sure to grab your phone so you can stream us and have the latest on these watches and warnings across the area. So if we want to zoom out, again, it's that main line of storms that we're concerned about with winds, but we've got some heavy rainfall that I've been noticing starting to pour in some of our South Carolina counties. That includes Chesterfield, Lancaster. So we're not done yet in terms with the at least severe weather. It's really going to be the threat for some localized flash flooding after that, not necessarily a wind or tornadic threat. We'll continue to see this line of storms push off to the east, starting to approach more towards Bennettsville, and severe thunderstorm warning does encompass places like Southern Pines as well as this continues to push off to the east. But really everywhere else, including Mecklenburg County, you are in the clear in terms of any sort of tornado threat, at least over the next couple of hours. Now, there may be a chance if temperatures start to rebound back into the 60s and the atmosphere is able to destabilize a little bit for a few more isolated thunderstorms to pop up later on this afternoon and evening. So it's an all-day event where you're going to want to stay weather aware. Of course, Brittany Van Voorhees will be in later on this afternoon and evening, live tracking the latest conditions across the area. Yeah, Brittany has been great this morning, I must say.
No.
Yeah,
I was just...
And are there any updates with the National Weather Service on that tornado warning?
Not at all, but honestly, I know we've said this a few times, even off camera to each other. I really don't see any support at this point that those storms are rotating. So I would just say the primary risk is still the 50 to 70 mile per hour winds with this storm that's still rolling through. I don't see any support on radar, not really getting any updates from the National Weather Service. So I would say treat this as 50 to 70 plus mile per hour winds versus a tornado warning.
Okay. A great update there. Yeah, for sure. Definitely want to hunker down in your safe spot if you're within just that orange yellow polygon. That includes Rockingham. Rockingham got hit with some really heavy rainfall. That's starting to push off a little bit towards the east. Anywhere from Southern Pines on Highway 1 all the way to Rockingham, I would say, is just going to be super messy, dealing with heavy rainfall and some really, really strong wind gusts. So if you're able, if you know anybody traveling in and around that way, tell them to pull off on the road, get to a safe spot. spot, maybe pull off to a gas station and just ride this out because this is moving fast off to the east, 50 to 55 miles per hour. So this will continue to move out of the viewing area into portions like Bomar, Laurinburg, Highway 74, and it looks like we'll continue that severe weather threat at least for some of our North Carolina counties as this continues to push off. So Bennettsville, prepare for this to come for you. 10:56, 11 o'clock Hoffman, Laurel Hill, 11:02, 11:05 McCall, 11:09 Laurinburg, 11:13 Southern Pines, Maxton, 11:18 Lobelia, 11:27, and Red Springs, 11:27. So again, this is going to be a system that you're going to want to take caution with, as we did have that report of that one fatality due to a tree landing on a car. So this is just that main concern that we've been having with those down trees and down power lights. Of course, Duke Energy outage map, it only continues to go up. And if you are able to venture outside when it is safe to do so after that line of storms move off, definitely send us your storm reports. We want to hear about it. We want to show it. We want to send help your way, of course. So really just dealing with this severe thunderstorm warning that is for the eastern portion of the viewing area, and that active tornado warning that really is showing no evidence right now of any rotation in and around Anson, Montgomery, and really just northern Richmond County.
Yeah. The National Weather Service in Raleigh did say right after you asked me, they're going to keep it going just because it's not expected to cancel out until 11 o'clock. So for about 7 more minutes. But like we said before, if you're in this area, treat it like a 50 to 70 mile per hour wind gust versus it's very unlikely at this point that there's a tornado. But 70 miles per hour, that could be a weak EF0 tornado. So still an intense wind potential nonetheless.
Exactly. And with those straight line winds likely causing a little bit more widespread damage than a tornado would.
Absolutely.
So that's certainly something to take seriously, as this has a history of producing damage. Started from west to east. We had some really heavy downpours push through places like York County, Shelby, and this has only continued to move through the metro and is now starting to exit out of most of our the eastern portion of the viewing area. So we'll stay with you until this tornado warning continues until about 11 a.m. But really, it is, like Brittany mentioned, just for these severe storms that we're watching as it continues to push to the east. That is over in places like Richmond County, and that severe thunderstorm warning also goes until 11 o'clock for those 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And we've been watching the winds just from the leading edge of that storm, and they've been gusting anywhere from 40 to over 50, 60 miles per hour. So this is what our main concern certainly is going to be. If you're in and around Wadesboro, Chesterfield County, definitely want to exercise some caution. As not only we got some strong winds out there, but rain is really heavy and likely causing torrential downpours. Visibility is likely down to 0. And then when you combine the strong winds, it's basically a little bit blinding. And of course, might have some debris already on the roadways in terms of tree branches, down trees, maybe even some power outage issues in and around this area as well. After that main line is going to start to push off to the east, behind this really is just rainfall. It certainly is breezy out there thanks to that warm front that came through, but that tornadic and severe weather threat is going to be over at least for the next couple of hours before the chance for a few isolated thunderstorms to develop behind this main line later on this afternoon and evening. But still staying with you again for this severe weather. I want to actually zoom in, if we can, on that one area that we have a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's starting to push out that main line, and maybe we can allow out just a bit as it moves past Rockingham. This is towards Southern Pines, and this is starting to move closer to Gibson. 10:57, Laurel Hill 11:01. Laurinburg 11:07, Aberdeen 11:10, 11:15 Southern Pines, Rayford 11:23, Red Springs 11:28, Shannon 11:31, Rockfish 11:36, and Johnsville about 11:37. So again, it's where you see some of those highest reflectivities, some of the oranges, reds that we've been seeing. That's really where we're seeing the strongest winds associated with the system. But it just look like there is at least a little bit of weakening with that system as it pushes off to the east. But that severe thunderstorm warning still continues for portions like Gibson. We'll see if that actually gets extended extended back out to places like Aberdeen as it continues to push off to the east, if it at least contains that same strength and those wind gusts over 50, 60 miles per hour. So that's going to be the threat. Again, if you're traveling in and around the Carolinas today, definitely want to exercise some caution as they'll be dealing with severe weather later on this afternoon, likely in the early evening as well, as this is packing a punch across the area. So do want to toss it to Brittany, who has an update.
Yes, well, at this point, I think that we, oh, I didn't realize we were doing this, y'all. I set this up for you, Becca, but it's fine. I'll do this quick update for you. It looks like we are going to plan to go off the air at 11 o'clock, just since this tornado warning is pretty much, not producing anything. We know it's gusty winds and they're almost out of here. So we wanted to give just a quick update on the rest of the day. We will still see the potential for a few storms over the next few hours, but it's not going to be nearly as bad as what we just saw. Notice the futurecast by 2 o'clock. A few more storms popping up there across the I-77 corridor on the back end. These still will have the chance to be strong to severe, but again, not as aggressive as these storms Becca has been tracking all morning. By 3 and 4 o'clock, this little line on the back end, these are the ones that we'll be especially watching east of I-77. I am slightly concerned about additional rotation on the back end here with these 4 o'clock storms. So of course, I'll be in here keeping an eye on it for you. It does look like most of those should be out of here by 6 o'clock, and then we're nice and dry overnight. Of course, Becca encouraging folks to stay weather aware all morning. Tomorrow actually is going to be a fantastic day, mostly sunny, temperatures in the mid 60s, and a few more showers on New Year's Eve before we're much cooler and drier in the extended forecast. So that's pretty much all we have, Tradisha.
Thank you so much, Becca and Brittany. You guys have been doing an amazing job tracking these storms all morning. We've got some more video viewers have sent to Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich as the storm pushes across the area. Joanne Newman posting this video on X. Take a look. Just a few minutes ago, you can just see already, you can see slow winds, very wet out there, much vivid view from what we saw just a few minutes ago. This is the East Charlotte Hickory Grove area. You can see that tree falling very close to that deck there and seemingly onto that building in the background as the gusty winds and rains continue to push through. A great reminder of the dangers you could see as the ground becomes softer from the rain, right? Meantime, this is video also sent to Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich. It's from Alicia Lalone. It's along Monroe Road here in Charlotte. You can see those gusty winds brought that tree completely down, covering the road out there. This is going to continue to be the situation for many roads this morning and early afternoon. So please remember to stay weather aware today. Drive carefully. Make sure you pay attention to those traffic lights. We know a lot of them are out right now. As Becca and Brittany have been mentioning all morning, you want to treat them as a four-way stop to avoid accidents, of course. Power outages also continuing to skyrocket this morning. Right now, Duke Energy showing thousands of outages across the state. This is a live look at our Duke Energy map. Take a look. Right now, we've been watching all morning as the line of storms continue to move across the area. You can just see the outages popping up left and right. We're going to continue, of course, to keep an eye out on those maps throughout the day to keep you updated. Becca also mentioned the impact this is having for travelers. It's a very messy situation. The Charlotte Douglas Airport this morning, right now, they have reported 32 cancellations and more than 600 delays. These numbers continuing to increase as the morning goes along. That's almost as many delays as we saw for all of Saturday. Another reminder this morning, if you're headed out to the airport, arrive early. And they say you also want to pack your patience also with all those cancellations. Meantime, another video sent to Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich. It's from Chandler Pruitt in Waxhaw. You can see the gusty winds coming down there. Our crew's working to get that up on your screen. Once again, this is going to be the situation for much of the morning and early afternoon. So please remember to stay weather aware. We've got some more video viewers have sent in as the storm continues to push across our area. Jason Edler posting this video on X this morning. You can see gusty winds just blowing over from the road there directly onto the lawn. Rain and gusty winds pushing through Hickory. This is just less than an hour ago. As we're tracking chances for showers, we also want to remind you, if you see weather conditions picking up where you are, we want to see it too. If it's safe, take a picture, snap a quick video, and be sure to send that directly to us, or you can use the feature inside our mobile app. Just make sure you tell us exactly where that location is. It'll really help us tell the story. Thank you guys so much for joining us on air. Remember, we will be on the WCNC Plus app. Give it a download. It takes a couple of seconds and it's free. So stick with us.
One team from WCNC went to Watauga County to drop sleeping bags, coats, hats, gloves, and other items to the Boone Area Chamber of Commerce. That's become a resource